wasted. My heart grows heavy. Don't taste me rushing and keep your words naked. You got me blushing, and you forever I'll follow. You'll be my holy ground. You forever I'll follow. In immortality, I can see you and me free. In immortality, I can see you and me free. You left me crying and running through a ghost town, alone and stranded. Why leave me hoping and guessing for the answers? No place stays forbidden, and you forever I'll follow. You'll be my holy ground. You forever I'll follow. In immortality, I can see you and me free. In immortality, I can see you and me free. My mind faded, my body wasted. What we created must have been fated. Just promise me immortality. I can see you and me. In immortality, I can see you and me.
Hi everyone! Alright, y'all ready for this? Yosha, hi Ryan! Oh my god, why am I so dark? How's it going? Oh my god, my hair is everywhere. I hope you're having a great time. You excited for this? Cause I am. Oh my gosh! Game music's loud. Whoops. I am so sorry. I forgot about that. Hi Ryan! You ready for this? Cause I'm ready for this. I'm super nervous. But hopefully we get through this. I believe what I have heard is this is gonna be the end of Rise of the Ashes. Happy Memorial Day! Hi Valkyria! Happy Memorial Day to you too! As ready as I can ever be. Okay, let's get into it, shall we? Alright. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Okay. Alright. Here we go. Rise from the ashes. Day 3 on investigation. Ooh. Okay. evidence. Twitch okay. Twitch okay. Twitch okay. It's time. It is time. So HD. Thank you. 1080 Cham Cham. Yeah! The budget has increased. What budget? I'm okay. You know what? I'm just gonna. There we go. I'm gonna do this. There. Much better. Much better. There are 180 Chams now. No! Don't say that. Anyway. Cham looking fire. No! Alright, from what I remembered, we noticed that Emma was a victim of the SL9 incident. And we also noticed that her older sister, Lana, sabotaged some evidence, and everybody went wild. So then the judge was like, alright, we're gonna do another investigation, and then come back to the trial to see who the real criminal is. But we kind of already know who the real criminal is. Look, come on, it has to be GANT, right? Anyway, let's get into this. Alright, hold on. Alright. SL9 incident, Emma. So the orange dude in suit is still the suspect, yes. Because he's the head of the police department and he completely sabotaged and destroyed a lot of evidence, or kind of kept it to himself. So, we don't know where some of the evidence is, and we realize that there's an ID for the police department, an ID 777 came before Meekins, came before Cowboy Guy, and killed the victim, the other detective. So we're all like, okay, who is this person? Who, you know? So we're all like, it has to be GANT because that number is from the higher up police department. Edgeworth cannot get into it. I mean, the way he stares, of course it's him. Yeah. Alright, anyway. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of a year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. Look at his eyes! It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. No, Marshall! Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. Wait, the amigo is Marshall. Yeah, so Cowboy Guy had a brother, Ryan, who died in the SL9 incident and got blamed for I don't want to say blamed for it, but basically what was it? SL9 incident was completely gone, and GANT was just like, can't do anything about it, man, sorry, also you're fired, you're going into this other, you're being demoted. And Lunch Lady Girl and Cowboy Guy was like, nah, you prosecutors people are shit, we're doing it our way. And here we are. Basically, Cowboy Guy can't let go of SL9 incident and is trying to find the truth of what happened to his brother. His brother got murdered and he wants to find out why. Ah, I see. Yep. After the incident, I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about it when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? Phoenix? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known. He was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors that Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. Oh, so it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Yikes. After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must have not been able to face up what she did, especially not to Emma. Permanent picture. What did you see in the incident that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. Oh. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just couldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'm gonna become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crimes with my testimonies and find the evidence that make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? Huh? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk to her. Let's go. Same music when Maya and Mia died. No! Hey, Lana. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason of your transfer of the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered that day of the trial, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What's the witness Miss Starr said? About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing! Ugh! They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked with the crime scene. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation led was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office? We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Oh. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some paper while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. I can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to the extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved, which was Cowboy Guy. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Oh, do we have to? I don't want to go there. Burp. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seemed kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we get a look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Okay. Oh. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall! I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que cervecera? Is that how you say it? You never knew how where life would lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. It's Amigo! Billy? Must be his pet cactus. No! Billy the cactus! Say, where are you headed? Just over at the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about it, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Let's talk to you. Something was fishy about that trial in the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. A murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the internet autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade on the knife was not a perfect match with the wound. Wait, what? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility has been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with the forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. No! I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. Aww. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. Oh! He was awarded the highest honor on that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must really have been close to his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the same day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Gumshoe? What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in their both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same ever since. Huh? Everyone knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said the same thing. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It's all started 2 years ago. Gulpa gulpa. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? I did! It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure there's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone was Damon Gant. I'm telling you, it's him! Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. No, Marshall! Huh! Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. No! Marshall! Oh. No! Marshall! No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what's exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making new headways in our case, but instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago, I guess we'll just have to come back later. Okay. Oh. Please tell me that we're not going to talk to Gant. This place is always pretty empty, but today is deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is a word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't just go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's Okay, let's head to the chief office. Oh my god. I'm gonna throw up. Ugh! God, the organ. Ugh, where am I? In the chief office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take an organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Little Miss Bitch. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Oh no, it's Gant. Hi! Aw, it's you two. Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading on his desk. Oh, righto! Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kinda busy. You know, yeah. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's proactive statement. Proactive statement? Provocative statement, sorry. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? The 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Yeah? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. Why is this vase here? So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Neil Prosecutor. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. No, there isn't. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Why are your eyes closed, sir? What? Sir, please talk! Thank you. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's get out of here. Together. Oh, but this office... It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Why did you open your eyes? Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Okay, bye. Looks like we aren't welcome. Bruh. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he didn't want us to go looking around in there. You mean, like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Are you here yet? Dang it. Okay. Oops. No. Let's go here. Oh, okay. Actually, I want to present this to you. Oh, attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo. Okay. Alright then, Oh, okay. Somebody's here. Gumshoe! Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe! Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Oh. Okay. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both police and prosecutor's office. It's almost like battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Mr. Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work! Yes, sir! Let's go out for the lunch again. My treat! Yes, sir! You gotta take me back to that joint, okay, Dick? Yes, sir! It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Huh? Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seemed genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, what, did you find anything? Hey, pal. Hey, Bajawi! The only evidence Dark left behind was during the final attack. His final attack? You mean, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what is it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fails to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of this crime. He was just your run-in-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take a serial killing? One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with a car. With his car? So, it was... God, thank you for the 1-year anniversary, and man, you scared me. Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed the lady who saw it. He killed the kid just by then too. He killed him too. And then the jogger came up and seen it was killed and finally turned himself in. Seemed like he was a petty, careless animal. Pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark had arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. Let's present you this. About this, is that it has a tag attached to it labeled SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. One day, on the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edwards' car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. La da 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 da. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look at that to notice. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back. Neil autopsy report. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. Okay, he was stabbed in the back, but he actually died by something puncturing his heart. So if the knife was actually stabbed in his back, it would not have gone all the way in. Right? Right? Am I hearing that correctly? Or am I just crazy? Anyway. Okay, switchblade. Broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonging to the murdered Joe Dark. Okay. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his little office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. Oh? What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That doesn't work either. The data was deleted by the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. La 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 la. Nope. Okay, that's it. We already heard this. Are you here, Edgeworth? He's here! Alright, the breakdown is one of the best ones ever. Make sure you don't miss that. What? Huh? I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! He looks like he's writing something. Ugh! What are you doing here? Hi, Edgeworth! Jesus Christ! He's sure to quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm ready for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Tsundere Baka-chan. Always try to hide his real feelings like a real Tsundere Baka-chan. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Come on, Mrs. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him, I'll check it out. Hey Edgeworth! Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window? Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on, first let me see what the girl's doing crawling around my feet. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. Edgeworth! But Edgeworth, none of it is your fault! I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And that path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something! This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Okay. Discard a letter of resignation, he's serious! Let's talk about forged evidence. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that false evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Tomorrow's trial. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Does he like me? But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's why my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. Oh god, what the hell? After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at that time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture? Something seemed strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over that station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on a ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the department? Office? Yes, just odds and ends clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah! Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in the case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. It looked like he was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor's trophies looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling me to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written in 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard of the story? Me? Sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Oh God. Okay. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed would withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Huh? Why are we getting this now? Did he just hold it there? Yes! This is way too early for this. But I love it. Oh my god. I have no words for this. Oh my gosh. Those claims contradict each other. Very perspective, but then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tales end with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue that matter to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed by Gant's behest, giving it the current form. Is it the murder weapon? Because I could totally see that being the murder weapon. A chipped knife and a chipped halberd? Or maybe I'm reading this in too much. Okay, anyway, let's just keep talking. Let's just keep moving, shall we? Oh. Excuse me. Hey! Would either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef? Miss Star! I guess she's out for lunches. Ba-da-ba-ba. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. What? 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 Huh? What? Did I just read that out loud? What? What? Huh? Huh? What? Hold on, let me just... Hold on. Anyway. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence on the case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It's all date back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was even more alive than I was then. Those days were steamer than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief GANT. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about the forge evidence. Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated everything crooked, and always watched out for her other evidence. Or detective, sorry. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would never have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Star. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her to change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. Arigatou gozaimasu. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of the files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer is still no. I'm not letting in the chief office, period. It'll be on my neck on the line. The office is the last crime scene on the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make that detective change his mind. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective? That's it. I made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. Gumshoe, you're the man! We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. Gumshoe. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Arigato. Thank you. Let's go. Here we go. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Working on code right now, I can't really type notes. Don't worry about it, Bajawi. We're in! If everyone finds out, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Slap. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I have to look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Come on now, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Alright, let's examine. It's the real deal, isn't this armor, this weapon? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care about limitations. For this pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone to this room? Oh, God. Let's see. Safe. Safe. A code? Oh, shoot. A 7-digit number. I think I might know what it is. Don't touch it. I don't know. Let's see here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It could be 77777, but I want to double check on things. He put that paper on his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at that case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you say? I said, I wonder what... No, about the evidence list. Normally, they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list. List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case! It would appear so. List of SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of... What is it? Did you find something? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Years ago. I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday. It's... No. Okay. I have a bad idea. Here goes nothing. It is him! Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was it, pal? 777, the final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think that chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but useless. You can prove they have something to do with this case. I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are we? These two. Come on. There's got to be something we can show that detective. Like, it's kind of obvious. I remember when the three of us put that jar together those days. One of the shards had the SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't that ring any bells? You know the fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that's one. That was in the safe. Now you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Yes. Let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what you can do, rookie. Alright, Mr. Wright. Here's some glue. It fits like a charm. Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But... Hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached? It's different from the others! There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Evidence from the SL9 incident found a fragment found in Chief. Blood traces. Ba 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 da. Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Huh? It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Isn't it time for jokes? We're talking about the cloth we found at the safe. Oh, ha ha ha. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? Here we go. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they absorb into the prints, blow the rest away. Okay. I give it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? Okay, let's try a different finger. Okay. Let's try this one. Nice. Was this Emma? It's Emma's! How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma from now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. The desk on the side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to anyone else here. He wants us to always be alert. He told us to himself that our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant, and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9's crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. Huh? No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy! Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Don't just let it go at that. Sorry. God. Okay, so what's bothering you? Money? You two don't think... Uh-oh. Chief Gant might be a suspect to you. Oh. Well, what? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I any help? Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? Hey, if this is Gant, we best be going. In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? I can't hide. Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog running right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir. Drop your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out! Oh. Yes, sir. Well, we'll be on our way too then. Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? What are you gonna do to Emma? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright! Huh? What? Bruh. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in this office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try to smooth things over to Chief Gant again. Later, pal. Bye. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day? I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to do everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Shh, keep it quiet. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me, why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did, specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in the safe in Chief's office. This jar piece, this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Hello, welcome to Ace Attorney Hell. Hi, Super Mew, welcome back! He is criminally orange. Touché, Mr. Wright. I have a little theory, y'all. I feel like she's protecting Damon Gant because what if Emma actually killed the cowboy? That's why she has the fingerprints. That's why Damon Gant has Emma's fingerprints. And I think that cloth was cowboy's clothing. She's taking the blame because Gant Man threatened to infect her with the orange. Why would Emma do it? I don't know. That's the thing. That's why I'm like, I'm very concerned. Or that's the part that I don't understand. Is she afraid that her sister's gonna go to jail because of this? It's as you surmise. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to tell you all that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman? Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details. I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of the body of Bruce Goodman. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. Oh. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was to make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade on his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. I need water. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He already had stolen the ID card, but it seemed he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief office 2 years ago? To be continued. Okay, Chan, that theory is false. No, I don't. See, that's the thing. I don't think it's false because what if Emma just pushed him and he pierced into, say, there's blackmail happening from behind? I understand that, but I think that she accidentally pushed him, causing him to get pierced, and, like, I don't know. I really don't know. That's my theory. I think Lana is trying to protect Emma because Damon Gant saw this happen. I don't know. Anyway, investigation time. I am sweating bullets, y'all. Anyway, hi Bajawi, hi Yume, hi Blasto, hi Fire, hi Judy Moon, hi M-Man, hi Rouge Girl, well, who else is here? Hi William Dude, who else? Hi XNSAX, huh? Hi Zero Vero. I hope all of y'all are having a great time. Hi Valkyria, hi Alex, hi Ryan. But yeah, I hope all of you guys are having a great time and seeing me suffer. Rouge, huh? That's a bot. Oh, okay. Bot. Hello, bot. But I hope you all are having a great time. Okay. Okay. Alright. Let's get into this. This is the defendant lobby, alright. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Hey, Edgeworth! Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Yeah, the owner of the 7777777 ID number is that it. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out from her. The truth. Everything goes back to the Elsa 9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. Ah, you sundari baka-chan! See you in court, Wright. Alright, bye. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Okay. Here we go. February 25th, 10 a.m. Wow. District Court. Courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Oh, great! Chief Gant. Hey, how you doing? Oh, are you gonna say it? Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Uggy. Been back in the pool yet? No, I have been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Sir? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Lana? She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Lana? What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st on this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claims does not change a defense plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your service. What? But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has a right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unpredicted situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. What? This can't be happening! It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Edgeworth! One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. Can't! I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a little good boy? Keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. Oh, shit! Sorry. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Oh my god. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. The theory. Okay, Sham, I'm sorry to believe. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Emma? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name's Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. And is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of the Detective Goodman. It is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago. Really that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Oh, excuse me. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The tip of yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Two years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may cross-examination. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. Hold it. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was a second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police GANT. My sister, she was the best detective ever! Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief GANT and Miss Sky quite used to be the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dreamt about playing the organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him, and that would leave an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled to a room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. He then ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there was 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he used the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about his time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity... Oh, wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just when lightning flashed out again outside, that sudden flash left an unforgettable image on the scene of my mind. I see. I told the detective about that, what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. Here, I want to hear more, please. Oops. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture. Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? I want to ask about this picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added the statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems it has been lost. Oh. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now. Whenever I close my eyes... That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any pictures. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it. I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture Emma drew. It reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway. Let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When the lightning struck and the lights went out, oh god, my eyes. Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Took me hostage. Oh, not this one. Here it is. Found it. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for the case, I hadn't handed a single picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey! That's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together in one form. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in the case were reached to you. What? What? Order, order! But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor? Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, there might be more... Then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is a work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list in the SL9 incident. Half of this list was found in GANT's desk. Okay. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Yes, this is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in the instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor near Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Yep. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. Hold it. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, and then Mr. Marshall jumped onto him. I was knocked right away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in the instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course! This is the exact scene! It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out or he may find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Single stem wound piercing the heart and lung. Died from the nototomy I found in the missing tip. I can't show her this because she's gonna be screaming. Wait! Stabbed in the back? Wait. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? The tip. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife on the man that it's holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip it's broken. I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is broken here too, but the tip was found in the back of the autopsy report. We found Cowboy Man's the tip of the back of the okay. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off on the victim's body. Yes! It was a conclusive piece of the evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. No, I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once. Then the murder weapon should not yet be broken! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Nope. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does that mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. Nope. That's why I asked her so many times and she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at that time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is one other explanation. There is? Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ugh! Order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor! Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. Okay. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. Yes, yes. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. Damon Dant? During this questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Actually, yes. If the witness is adamant about this accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. Well, the murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. It's this. Oh. It's this. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is the picture of the award ceremony. Ugh! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon! Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall's holding. Yep, just as I expected. It's that's the broken knife! As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being case, the knife the victim saw was in the likelihood from this award. Order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, did not carry a pistol. He did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, then why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Ah! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it. Wait! I remember now! I remember everything! Witness? Mr. Edgeworth! What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Huh? Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recall, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Oh my god. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Uh-oh. Oh no, Ryan. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible? The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may not begin its cross-examination. Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further! Ryan, I feel like I'm right. I feel like Emma killed him, and Lana is trying so hard to stop this. Oh no! Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defense chair. Sorry, court. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you leave it like that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Okay. Wait a minute. You rushed towards? Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seemed so convinced that Dark would have been holding the one holding the knife. But as we've theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was, I've gotta help the other person. Oh, I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disoriented is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Hold it. Are you sure about this? Of course! See? I even drew a picture on him here. But it wasn't the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist until 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh brother, just when you thought this thing was causing enough commotion, tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow? His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. This thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. No! That may well be. But what's important is that she caused... But what's important is what caused her to think she was what she did inside. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it that Emma saw in that flash? Who was this blue badger, really? I think I might know. Blue badger even haven't dreamt when Emma drew the picture, yet she saw the shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defendant's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! This room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is that witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. Okay. It happened in Chief Gant's room. So what did... Oh! 3 horns! This! The mysterious blue badger was in fact this! But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like blue badger! Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? Da 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 da. Oh, okay. Okay. N. Oh, okay. B. No, okay. H. Okay. Like this. Right? Like this. Like this. Like that. Oh, okay. Okay, correct angle. Okay, I can see the angle, but I have to be very precise on this. Okay, B, N, H, B, like there we go. I got it. Well, is this a miracle or what? Why was that so hard? It was Sasuke. What? Oh, hey Valkyria. Cham is a gamer confirmed. Oh my god, why was that so hard? Oh. No. It can't be! Oh my god. Order! The offense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witness on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. Nope, it does. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's the difference now that we know that what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At the very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf of the office of Damon GANT. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that revealed what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Actually, oh, exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked onto the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Right? What's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I knew it. I knew it! Emma. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Oh no! Okay, where's my white flag? I told you, Ryan! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is an unpredicament. Yep. Objection? Lana! What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall! How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? Are you sure Mr. Edgeworth? I had no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, It certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incidents are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. It's all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible! Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left for you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back on the court record. The real murder's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence? This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is to not accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Miss Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message for the deceased. Well, the only thing I can think of is this. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone forgot this is a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. I can already see it spells Emma! No! It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. So, what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must not be seeped into a jar where the lines change directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us, Your Honor? I believe these bloodstains will reveal the... I don't want to do this. Will reveal us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. I don't want to do this. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky. Oh god, my eyes. Oh my god. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. God damn it, Gant! Get out of here! Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Ugh. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. Dude, stop. I'm afraid that's not important. Huh? Did you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone says, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! Oh my god. The gavel's pounding fell on Deaf's ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Oh my god, it's not over?! It's a recess. Final day. Jam, why is this so messed up? Ryan, I don't know. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Oh, Sundaribaka-chan. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Okay, Gumshoe, that's getting a bit too... Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Okay, bye! Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all the way around on duty, and on top of it all, you call me here, and I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the two evidence rule of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You can at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. From Miss Guy explains two rules of evidence law. Okay. Doesn't look like that book will do any good for now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. Yep. What? What else is there left to do? We still need to figure out who killed Goodman. We figured out who killed Cowboy's brother, but we still need to figure out today's trial of Goodman. So Ryan, this is exactly why I was just like, I think Emma killed Cowboy Guy, and you were right about Gant blackmailing Lana because he knew what happened. Your credibility's been all ruined, but this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she was unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal! You're missing the point, detective. Before we begin, the trial was sponsored by Stray Shadow Legends. Fire, I can't say that. I can actually get banned. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. Hmm? She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. Wait, really? Yeah, and it's because it's... Oh dear. No, it's fine. It's because I don't actually have a sponsor. There are people on Twitch, YouTube, other streaming platforms that will fake a sponsor just to get, things like that. Well, Cham, the trial sponsored by water though. Fine, I'll drink. There. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. It is time to bring it an end. Koopa. Bless you. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for your news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defendants to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for your proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. Defense may now call forth the next witness? Mr. Wright? Huh? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. Time has finally come to bring out the real murderer. Mr. GANT? GANT? Damon GANT! Damon GANT. The defense calls Damon GANT to the stand. Damon GANT? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partners 2 years ago, Mr. GANT has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he would still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. GANT to the stand. Ooh. Oh my god, why? Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. Huh? So, you want to play it hardball, huh? Please, Mr. GANT. Fine. My name is Damon GANT. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief GANT, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto! What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been pretty clear already. No, there are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify! Of course, such an action carries with it contains risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, this witness may now begin its testimony. Okay. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him at that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. Power outage? Oh, I guess that's right, there was a power outage, I guess. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Huh? Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Huh? Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Okay. SL9 incident. Let's get to it. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him the other day. Yes. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power out didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged a crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. But you had this. You had that. Hold on, I have to. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you can't back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew the picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting on your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you have played a part in this illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or did you mean you? Me? Why would I have to do anything with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Oh. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place on the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence of forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm a chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Ugh, indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Oogie. In return, though. I know. The place, right? Huh? What are these guys talk? Are they telepathic? Anyway. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. That's a lie, because there was a safe! I'd appreciate it if someone stopped making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I broke into a cattle ranch and tipped Mr. Wright. What are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rachel's prints were found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Ugh. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery? If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not speaking yet, righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. What? If they were found after dark conviction, then they're worthless. But are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient, right? The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Ugh. Come now, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Yes, sir! How can you look at me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? We're not talking about Neil, we're talking about Goodman now! I'm not sure I care about the word murder here, but in the end of the person responsible for Marshall's unfortunate demise was I'm a Sky. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one large benefit you reaped from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, the resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That, in itself, is sufficient motive. That's a good one! Oh my god. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edwards? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. What? Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Oogie, would you mind if I change the testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh my god! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy! Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? I mean, yes. There is an accomplice to this. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may help forge evidence? It's Lana, because they were the duo. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant! I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for the Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is his self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as a puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's unformidable appearance, he played with puppets? Huh? Oh wait. You mean you must mean puppet as in someone forced to— okay. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amount to nothing more than just conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in the incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. What did you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? 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 Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront of the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible! I mean, not really. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Oh. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Yes, I can, actually! Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. Yes, I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. It's the ID court record, right? Yeah, the 777. This one! This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office required a code to open. The 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777. The same as the remaining ID card on that list. Chief Gant. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime! It's here! We finally got it! The music's here! The music's here! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was a violation of my regulation. I will demand Mr. Wright to be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, you entered the room. Were you alone? I always go to the bathroom, as I do with the evidence room. This music is banging. Detective Goodman wouldn't happen to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he? I hadn't seen him in days. Hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to meet with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial purpose is to determine honest guy's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial purpose is to determine the truth. Met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Shows proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Oh, can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. This! Detective Goodman lost his ID on the car on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed a lost idol report. Less love me. I'm sorry, but it's so good. He would have to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. No, he did file it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way. The murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Okay. Hold on, let me guess what you're trying to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait! The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. How could he just lent him? He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something that sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body! Ah! Oh my god, he got struck by lightning! Chief Gant, you didn't! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over here to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was useless clue, just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay. Wait, what? Evidence from the past. Case brought back to his office by Gant's request. Gant's request? Why did you need a screwdriver? Wait, hold on. Let me look at this. Goodman's ID. King. No, not this. Oh! Record of the parking of the... Oh! This is the parking stub! This is how he moved the Detective Goodman's body. A parking stub? Miles Jesworth. You mean... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me why. Ugh! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. The screwdriver! In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Edward's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would he have asked Edwards to transfer evidence such from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. What's going on here? There is no room for a rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. This was exactly the opposite. This is the photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe. Your time's up. Huh? My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? This is not the right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof that and get it over with. Do I have proof? Do I have proof? Do I have proof? No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Fuck! Unregistered evidence must be revealed on the case files. God dang it! I don't think I have any proof. No. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon GANT is the current chief of police. This court will now tolerate any accusation against him without concrete proof. Damn it! Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor! Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made this guy dispose of his body. Any concrete proof? I don't. It's no use showing evidence. I'm not sure of it myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Huh. See, Yogi? Damn it. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What?! Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Yogi, I'll leave it to the rest of you. No! Damn you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to senior officer in the nation's law enforcement agency. Damn it. Huh? Lady Luck? Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Lana! But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There is still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Lana! Raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? Yes! She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Miss Lana Skye. The defendant? Miss Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task was to dispose of the victim's body. In the accordance with someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. Oh my god! In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now Hold on! Huh? Chief Gant! I thought you were going to eat! Listen good, Lana. Oh, great. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Oh, great. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Great. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. You! Judge, please. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Great, thanks, Judge. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah. Thanks for your help, Edgeworth. Oh, that chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Huh. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where I work now. At your office. Huh? My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. What do you mean? Maya! Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? What? What did he say? But Chief, that is not a right. That is not a right to be casually moved. There are certain risks to be considered. Yes, yes, yes. Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to saying anything too? Oh! Emma! Are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man! And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't be blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth? Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. It is time to end this! Oh, to be continued. Okay, I'm gonna drink. Here we go. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You all know what I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and fabrication. Okay, here we go. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. The only motive was to get Dark convicted. It was nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to the capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. But the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. Oh, right. I worked alongside Gant for years. Yep. There is no truth to this blackmail theory. Okay. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana! So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. When I found Prosecutor Marsh's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamt was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Miss Wright, but I'll never change that statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened with the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Ugh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her own lies with more lies, all just to protect me. So, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the... What? Huh? You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's body, then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but it maybe I thought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it. It was by Chief GANT's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this for more detail. The reason Miss Guy moved the body. The pieces of jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Huh? Pieces of jar, you mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time of the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. My only motivation was to get Dark to get it. It had nothing to do with Emma. The pieces of jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. How? Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified in quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have any problem with that? It's simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have been written in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. Ah! He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. Oh! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed to regard this jar and this bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as we are, about the truth onwards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Okay. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the blood message in the blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Jar and message in blood. Okay. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Did you, though? It doesn't look like you got them all, girl. I'ma be real with you. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe. In Chief Gant's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There was something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. He could, but couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even once I wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha, could you believe that? Oh my god. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh! There was no way a name could have been written on that shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're implying that person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even when he was there, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Huh? Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do something like that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear what happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Letting her aid, Gant helped her create evidence that indiscriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And there lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became Chief's puppet. Oh, God. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Oh. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if... we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap. Huh? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, may be right after all. What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies, then, Mr. Wright? So you do tell foul lies, then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. Oh, shit! But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all of evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent! Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. Huh? I gave it to you, Mr. Wright, just this morning. What? To me? The law book? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. She gave me a book. Aw, that's a cute book. Oh, it's so cute. Wait. I see it. I see it. Where is it? Theo. Oh. Hey, there's a picture here. Ugh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contracted criminal affairs only after I rearranged everything. Crime scene photo from the case 2 years ago taken. Okay. Mr. Wright! That piece of cutout from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? Oh. This is a handprint incident. Oh. That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body in— Go! Hello! Come on now, Guy. This is the poorest excuse for a child I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you want me to make out the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Damn, Edgeworth! Ugh! So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements, huh? What do you mean? The evidence will do all that talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Huh? Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Huh? Uh, why have you been keeping quiet about it? Do you have something to show us? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as a murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point of time. I don't have any evidence. I'm not gonna do GANT. I am not gonna be GANT's little puppet. I don't have any evidence. Nope. What? You lie! What do you mean? I don't have anything. Ryan, do we have anything? Show them the evidence. Why? I don't want Emma to be a murderer. I don't want that. Oh. I see. I don't have any evidence, right, Ryan? Right. Yeah. We're good. We're good. We don't have any evidence. Yeah. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. No, the only evidence that was there was the the conclusive evidence. Nope. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about that chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? Then that means you, Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of police department. Yep. Yep, it is. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Huh. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? Oh my god. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. And it occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it to look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for aid. You assisted Sky. I told her to arrange the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance. Of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for the murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't take it. I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. Well, I can't speak today. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana. Go wipe the blood of all places. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate this message on the star too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Raito, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Raito. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, the victory is mine. Fine! Your Honor, I have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall was... Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of a victim's vest. Oh, yes! At last, you finally brought it into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would he be? You mean you already know? Whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Okay, it should be okay. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is Emma Sky. Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? You're really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So true. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. Hold it! How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter, cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. I mean, she pushed him. That doesn't mean that she killed him. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you asked. It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? No. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? A tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. It's this picture. There's no blood on it. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Lana Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the picture of... see where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth has no blood on it. Wait. There's no blood on it! Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time! Oh shit! No! This is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could have been? Literally, who could have? Who could have arrived at the scene before Lana Skye? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor sword. Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death. Said the person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. The jar that they then broke on the purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Oh, shit. We got him. Ugh. It's finally all over. Huh? Oh my god, he's sweating. That was close, right? You almost had me there. What? Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Huh? Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Oogie? Earlier, old Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Wright? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I do not have any evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, That piece of cloth seems to be illegal evidence. But that's not fair! Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. No, I do not think so. Oh, whoops. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Fug. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last. Oh, the time for me to reveal my plan has already arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? Did you purposely and illegally conceal this piece of cloth? I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Uggy, don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward! You can't really believe... There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not an violation of law, then do so now. I mean, I have a book. You want to read that? Here, read this book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in the book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And, here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No! He's right. Phoenix right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the certain crime, you personally cut out this piece of victim's vest. Oh yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as a conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. Oh my god! The only person who could have cut from this victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who could that be. Damon Gant. The killer was you! Huh? Huh? I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Yet your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Marshall! Whoa, my water bottle! Goodman turned him down. He ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to me, but I never thought he'd bring up the SL9. That's when I saw it, that obscured knife. Oh. Oh. I could just pull it out. Doing so would have led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke into your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Ugh. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for leaving her do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. Huh. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. Huh? One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try it alone. Huh? Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Uggy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Uggy. Thanks for all those memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now that you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. After all I've done these past 2 years, from the time I was Gant help forge me evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought too highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Aww. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. It's not like I wanted your praise or anything, but Baka! In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky, yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial would be scheduled for your crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Wow. Well, this trial has gone far too long already. Regarding of charge of the murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty! Ah. Oh my god. That is all. Court is now adjourned. Oh, it's over! February 25th, 5:03 p.m. Oh my god. It was 10 a.m. I think. At long last, it's finally over. Oh, Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she hasn't been convicted of murder she didn't commit. No, it's not that. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Gumshoe, this is getting old. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Bye. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you, pal? Making a detective run around while on duty. And on top of it, you call me here, where I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked GANT to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed in the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Aww. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching those two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Baka-chan! What? Where was he hiding? I just came to say that you love us. Congratulations. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. God damn it! Why? What? Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what had happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. What? No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try and go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crimes, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back on today's trial. You weren't alone. You had Phoenix Wright! You had me! You were working together with Mr. Wright. Yes! The ship! She understands the ship! And because of that partnership, yes, the ship! You were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Yeah! Haha! Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Was it love? Oh, it was this. That's the picture I drew. I guess it was the picture, I guess. I thought it was evidence with evidence list. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. One half of the heart, and I had the other heart. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. No! You have to tell me you love me! Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends that needs wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. What? it! Edgeworth! What do we do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, I love you. You can let what happen. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Damn it, tell me you love me! I'd better be going too. Okay, I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will! Aww. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Aww. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Aww. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Edgeworth! Well, don't go tricking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said she was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective! I didn't know. Wait, I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright's here, the one who's been footing the bill. Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Hode? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Huh. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Well, huh? What the heck? That was a really good game! I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Aww. What's this? Okay. Oh, that was such a good game. Oh my god. Hi, Fire. Sorry about that. Yikes, I thought I was a goner there for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. And that was my favorite Ace Attorney case so far. Hey, game guy! It just goes to show you can't shake me up that easily. I guess this is it, champ. Is it, though? You think this is it, Ryan? Oh, you are funny. You're so funny. This is Phoenix Wright Trilogy. This is just one of the 2 games that we're going to play. We still have game 2 to go. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make a detective. And sir, then I'll be just like Tecumseh. Ow. Oh, God. The original 2 games released on GBA, then they re-released the game on DS, but for one they added this case. Yep. Wow, guess we have some more cases to solve right here on Monday. Yep, next Monday we're going on another case. Look at him go! No plans to... Oh! Whoops. No plans to make another AA games? Besides AA2, I mean. I do. Next Monday, we're gonna play the second game of Phoenix Wright. I bought this game on Steam, and all my friends are like, yeah, you have to get Phoenix Wright Trilogy. So I'm like, okay. What is it? Can't you see I'm having a showdown with the steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Baby in a back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get our water? Aw, the cactus! So far, the best villain in your opinion, Shan. The best villain was actually Von Karma. I actually really like that. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal in the menu, the Right Way lunch. A top lawyer tastes a bitter defeat as the bottom lawyer as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Von Karma, yeah, Polly, take out the metal detector. Yeah, I can't believe I almost pressed Polly for the... I almost did that. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no! Forget my gavel. I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Okay, bye! I'm good. Been messing with OBS plugin for controller inputs. Thanks for asking. Yeah! You've been lurking and I was just like, huh. But I hope your OBS plugin controller inputs have been okay. And thank you so much for lurking and watching me play Phoenix Wright. Maya! Ah! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your old objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Oh, Maya! Anytime, amazing. Yeah! Special thanks. ありがとうございます。Oh. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. Huh? What's going on? Huh? I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana. So far, this case, my favorite was Amigo. Yeah, I really liked him too. Oh, look at the bear! Oh, look at... Oh, I can touch it! Oh, I can touch it! Aww, that's so cute! Aww. That's cute. Capcom! ありがとうございます! Thank you so much for letting me play this amazing game. But yeah, Ryan, if we continue, oh wait, new game, we can go on to this one, or this one. So from what I have remembered, Justice for All is the second game. And then it's Trials and Tribulation. So, next week, we are gonna play Justice for All. I don't want to press on it just in case it starts the game, so I'm not gonna do that. But, it is the end of the stream. So, next week, we'll play Justice for All, Phoenix Wright. Tomorrow, I think I'm gonna do more Pokemon Fusion. I know I have a lot of things. It's gonna be very, very close to stream. If I can't stream tomorrow, I'll just let you know that I can't stream tomorrow. But other than that, thank you so much for watching me play Phoenix Wright. So next week on the court then? Yes. But yeah, thank you again for watching me play Phoenix Wright. And seeing me struggle and screaming and being like, oh my god. But yeah, it has been a very nice time, and I hope all of y'all are having a great time with all of this. But until then, I think we're gonna raid somebody. Let's raid someone that's playing this game right now. Let's raid. Let's raid this one. Let's raid this person. Thank you for the stream. Arigato! Mwah! Thank you! Thank you for watching me! Thank you for the stream. Thank you, thank you! But yeah, I'm gonna raid somebody that's playing the same game, but again, don't spoil them. Don't spoil them, y'all. But I think they're just starting, so until then, I'll lead y'all to this person. Be nice. Alright, y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow when we play Pokemon Fusion. Have a good night! Bye!